Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hi, how are you guys? Have you guys been here before? Once a long time ago, okay. What we're doing today, we have a private commission to make lighting fixtures. You can see some small examples of them over here. And they're going to go into a soda fountain and a bowling alley. And they're supposed to be based on the look of like hard candy. So we're making them in various sizes. The folks that are making them are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team and a couple of glass blowers from Levi Belberg Glass. Levi is the man in the overalls. So just to get you... So Levi has rented the shop for the whole day, and he's working with our team to make these lighting fixtures. Just to get you started, everything that we do here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. Inside each of those furnaces is a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. We want to get... They're on all the time. 24 hours a day. What? Yeah, there's two kinds. We didn't get to the second type of furnace. There's two kinds. There's the furnaces with the doors closed that have the molten glass in them. And then there's the glory holes, the round ones with the doors open. The round ones with the doors open, they're only on during the working day. The furnaces that contain the molten glass, they're on all the time. We keep them on for about 6 or 7 years at a time. So we slowly heat the furnace up over a period of a week, and then we run them for 6 or 7 years. When the ceramic pot that holds the molten glass starts to degrade, we scoop all the glass out, and then we slowly bring it down again over another 4 or 5 days. Natural gas on forced air. Can we put up the furnace diagram? So if you look up on the big screen, that's what the furnaces look like inside. So we just a big ceramic pot with 1,000 pounds of melted glass in it. The glory holes, can we put up the glory hole diagram? Those are the ones with the doors open, and those have no glass in them. It's just a chamber for reheating and softening the glass while we're working. Once you get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping or blowing we can while it's hot and soft. And when it starts to cool and stiffen a bit, we go to the glory hole, heat it up again, make it soft, and do some more work. If you've ever seen anybody work at a forge making swords or horseshoes, they take the metal, put it in the fire, soften it, work on it a little bit, put it in the fire, soften it again, work on it some more. That's the same kind of routine you're going to see here. The glass itself is made out of 3 main ingredients: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. It's mostly melted sand. Soda ash is sodium carbonate. It's a chemical which acts as a flux and lowers the melting temperature of the sand. And the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. We throw those three things into the furnace, cook them overnight. In the morning, we have a tank full of molten glass. What? It's called soda ash. It's sodium carbonate. When you can you can mine it as a mineral, or in the olden days they used to burn plants that that were near salt water, so they'd have a lot of sodium in them, and they'd use the ash as a flux. That's why they call it soda ash. Yes, anything that comes from the sea has a lot of salt or sodium in it, and they would burn those plants and then use the ash to flux the glass. So the pictures that we're making are going to be big versions of these little ones over here. And they'll be pendant lamps. They'll be hung from the ceiling. We buy our colored glass separately. All the glass in the furnaces is clear glass. We buy colored glass separately in a form called color bar, and then we blow a bubble of clear glass from the furnace, and then we heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat that initial bubble with the colored glass. We have a little video. I can show you how that's done. Could we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So we buy the colored glass commercially from two companies in Germany. The things that color glass are mostly metals. Cobalt makes glass blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white. Not everything that colors glass is a metal, but most of the colors are. Over on the right, that's Levi Belber in the overalls. And he's got a plate that's laid out with the glass cane, rods of colored glass, and we're going to melt those into the bubble to make stripes. So over on the far right, that's Levi in the overalls. He's got a tool called the pastorale, and laid out on the plate are rods of colored glass that we're going to melt into our bubble to make the stripes that you see here. So in the center, Ben has the bubble. Levi's going to bring out the plate with the stripes on it. We'll roll the bubble over the plate. The rods of colored glass will stick to the surface. And then we'll go back to the glory hole, the rounded furnace, and melt them in. So these are all for lighting fixtures. They're pendant fixtures. They're going to hang from the ceiling. It's a private commission. So in the center, we're heating up the bubble with the cane. Those rods of colored glass that make the stripes are called cane, C-A-N-E. The round oven with the door open, that's called the glory hole. There's no glass in there. It's just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. The glory holes run on natural gas and forced air, and we keep them at approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah. They're shielding the glass blower's arm from the heat. The heat that comes off the glass is radiant heat, like an outdoor heater. It heats the first thing it strikes. So if you put the paddle between the arm and the glass, the paddle gets hot and the arm doesn't. So if you look far to the left, Levi has just pulled out a rod of the colored glass, in this case white. We're going to blow a bubble of clear glass, and we're going to coat it with the white, and it'll look like that in the middle. We're having a little bit of an assembly line here. So over on the far left, they're starting the bubble for the next lighting fixture. They're going to coat a bubble of clear with white glass, get it all ready, and then we'll do the finishing here at the center workbench. Giving the glass a squeeze, and we squeeze it down and cut that little knob off. That'll bring all the stripes together so they'll meet perfectly at the center. So if you look to the left of center, you see Levi. He's chopping off pieces of that white glass. We get it in the form of those bars. They're called color bar. And we get it mainly from two companies in Germany that do nothing but make colored glass. Do you guys have any questions? Say that again? Yes. Yes. Possibly. Well, the iron, when you use iron with glass, it gives it a slight green color. Cool. Yep, yep. Nice. Say what? Uh, um, I think steel melts at a higher temperature than glass does. Yeah. all glass, when it's hot, looks orange. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. The bubble that Ben is working on in the center workbench, that's white with black stripes. But of course, now it's hot and it appears to be orange. That's the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. So one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. That's Gabe. He's the guy that's blowing. He blows through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflates the glass as Ben, sitting at the workbench, shapes it. So one person blows while the other person shapes it. As Ben squeezes the glass with a tool called the jacks, his assistant is holding a wooden paddle in front of his arm to shield him from the heat. So now he's twisted the stripes so it'll be more of a swirl pattern. You guys have any questions? Because it allows you to pay more attention to what you're working on. If you have to slide it down and blow it, you can hardly see what's on the other end. Well, people do that, but we work in the Venetian style. Starting 1979, a number of Venetian masters came here to the Northwest and began teaching the young Americans. And since that time, we work the Venetian style. But it's mainly because this way he's looking at the thing, and he's giving instructions to the guy who's blowing, blow more, blow less. Yeah, that'd be Ben, this guy sitting at the center. It's called the person in charge of a glass blowing team, who's called the GAFMR. GAFMR. Yep, yep. I don't know what it is in film, but glass is the main glass. If you just came in, we're working on a private commission today, making these light fixtures. They're going to be similar to the models sitting on the pedestal. They're inspired by candy, kind of designs that you might see in hard candy. And they're going to be used in a private soda fountain and bowling alley. Hi. How are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? Is it very what? Forgiving? Sometimes, sometimes not, like anything else. There's some things you can fix, some things you can't. What? Yes, when you get it hot, it only stays soft for a little while, probably a minute or two. So we do whatever shaping we can, and then we go over to one of these round ovens with the doors open and heat it up again, make it soft, and do some more shaping. So those are called glory holes. The glory holes are 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. The glass furnaces are 2100. I really don't know which process you're talking about right now. Okay. Yeah. When we So right now on the left, Eric has let that bubble cool and stiffen a bit, and then we're going to coat it with more clear glass. Each time we dip the bubble into our furnace and coat it with clear glass, it's called taking a gather. Gather. So now Ben's going over to our furnace, and he's going to dip the bubble in there and coat it with a layer of clear glass. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We'll drip the excess glass into that steel can, and we'll save that, and eventually that'll go back in the furnace. Now Ben is taking his pipe over to the pipe cooler over the far right. It's a metal trough. We lay the steel pipe in the metal trough, and we just spray water on it. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. The glass that we added to that bubble is clear glass. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. In the area where Syria and Lebanon are now. So in the center, Gabe is heating up the glass in the glory hole, making it soft. He's going to bring it to Ben sitting at the workbench, and Ben's going to start to shape it. Seated to the left of the workbench is Sarah, and she's the person that's going to be blowing. She's going to blow through that steel tube and inflate the glass as Ben, sitting at the bench, shapes it. The tool in Ben's hand is called the jacks, and he's making a crease in the glass. That crease is the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. So Sarah is blowing as Ben shapes the glass. The gray pad in Ben's hand that he's shaping the glass with is just folded up ordinary newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. Can we put up the newspaper photo? So it's just everyday, ordinary newspaper. On the bottom is a brand new one. On the top is one that's been used for a little while. As you can see, glass blowing is a team sport. We rarely work alone. It's possible to do certain things alone, but it's very limiting. If you look to the right, we just pulled out a ceramic plate with rods of colored glass on it. Those are called cane, C-A-N-E. And we're going to melt those into a bubble to make stripes. Oh, good, yeah. You guys have any questions? They're going to hang, they're lighting fixtures, they're going to hang for a ceiling, they're for a private commission. And they're supposed to look like giant pieces of candy. I don't know, because I'm not. We use it to keep stuff warm while we're working. So if we're making something that has several parts to it, we make part number one, put it in the garage, keep it warm. Make part number two, then we pull part number one out of the garage and stick the two together. So it's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make the glass soft. So whatever you put in there stays warm, retains its shape until you're ready to use it. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we heat it a little more. It's already hot. It's already like 1,000 degrees. We have to heat it more to get them to stick together. That's the colored glass. That's called color bar. So all the glass in the big furnaces is clear glass. When we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace. We heat up a chunk of this colored glass, and then we coat that initial bubble with a layer of the colored glass. The reason that we do it this way is so that we can have any color we want, anytime we want. If we filled up our furnace with blue glass, we could only make blue things. If we use clear glass and then we coat each piece individually, we can have any color at any time. The private commission, we're making lighting fixtures, large versions of these that you see on the pedestal, and they're going to be pendant lights. They're going to hang from the ceiling. They've been commissioned. So if you look to the right of center, you'll see Sarah in a green jacket, and she's going to carry the finished fixture to our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. The gloves that she's wearing are made out of Kevlar. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. When she grabs that glass, it'll be about 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard, and we'll put it in the annealing oven to cool it slowly overnight. In order to get the glass off the steel pole, we'll take a pair of tweezers, dip them in, a file. He's going to use a wet file. We'll score that glass. We'll give the pipe a tap, and off it comes. We'll melt the little spot where we broke it off so it's not sharp. And into our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for Levi Belber and the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. So those of you who came in a little later, just give you a quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? Can we put it, there. So if you look up on the big screen, there, that's what the furnace looks like inside. So in each of the furnaces, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. Once we get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping or blowing we can while it's hot and soft. And when it starts to cool and stiffen, we go to the second type of furnace, and that's called the glory hole. The glory holes are all the round guys with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. So you dip it in, coat it, blow it a little, let it harden, then you dip it in again if you need more. Start out with a little tiny bit of glass, looks like a little, and you blow a bubble in there, and then coat it, you blow it out a little, dip it in again. Can we play? We have a little video shows you how we apply the color. Can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Blowing it makes it bigger. Adding glass to it makes it heavier. Am I not understanding your question? Well, they dip it in, they blow a little bubble, so it's a little bubble, and then they let that harden. Then they dip it in again, it gets more glass on the outside. Dip it in again, get more glass on the outside. And you just repeat that process till you have all the glass you need to make whatever you're making. Yeah, usually blow it a little. You wait, once you got all the glass, then you really blow it up to its full size and shape. Yes. Mm-hmm. So we've got a little assembly line going. So on the bench on the far left, we're starting the bubbles. And in the center bench, we're blowing them up to the full size and shape. Yes, just heating it up. That's the glory hole. Could we have the glory hole diagram again? So it's just a brick barrel with a gas burner in the side. There's no glass in there. All the glass is in the furnaces. Can we put up the furnace diagram? And those are the ones, the two machines that have the doors closed. So if we want to make more glass, we dip it into the furnace. If we just want to soften what we've got, we heat it up in the Glorio. If you think of the glass, sometimes it's kind of helpful to think of it like wax. When you get wax hot, it gets soft. When it cools, it gets hard. And just like wax, when you get it hot, it gets soft, but only for a little while. It hardens up fairly quickly. And if you want to shape it some more, you have to heat it up again. Does that make sense? Why do they keep spinning it? Because the glass is softer than it looks, and if they stop turning it, the glass would start to sag. The spinning keeps that bubble on center. So if they stop turning it, the glass is still a little bit soft, and it'll start to sag. He's shaping it. It's not a glove. It's a pad of wet newspaper.
You ever have a problem? They pull that out of the furnace, and it pops or explodes?
Oh, sometimes.
Okay, that sounds dangerous.
No. Frustrating, but not dangerous.
That thing is getting bigger.
If somebody's blowing into it, that makes it bigger. Usually, one of the other glass blowers blows as he shapes it. I'll let you know when they do it. So now Ben is shaping the glass on that steel table. The steel table is called the Marver, M-A-R-V-E-R. He's heated up in the glory hole, made it soft, and now he's shaping it against that steel table. No, it doesn't get as hot as common sense would lead you to believe.
It's next to 2,300 degrees. It should be getting warm.
It doesn't get.
Hey, you would think so, wouldn't you?
People most people when they think about it like a frying pan on a stove. The frying pan, the handle is maybe 9, 10 inches long. These are 4.5 feet long, so they have a lot more surface area to dissipate the heat. If you grab that pipe 9 inches up from the glass, you would burn your hand, just like the frying pan. Yes. Also, with the stripes get applied to the side of the bubble, so they're on the side. If we squeeze it down, it draws all the stripes into the center. If you look, here, you see how all the stripes match in the center? The stripes are on the side. Squeeze it down. They all come together and meet in the middle. 50 art colleges across the United States that have glass in their art. Well, those are just for fun. Sometimes we have a little leftover glass from something we're doing. We make a little pony out of it.
That's just leftover stuff.
At what point do they blow? Get that blow.
See the guy to the left? He's the guy that's going to be blowing. He's going to blow through the. It's already blown. It's hollow right now. But one of the glass blows be seated to the left, and they'll blow through that steel tube and inflate it while the man sitting at the bench shapes it.
Timetable to get it out of the furnace and work it into that ball. How much time?
I don't understand the question.
Well, from the time they start.
In a little bit of an assembly line. We're not going starting one. So while these guys are blowing the thing up to its full size and shape, someone else on that workbench is starting the next one on the left.
Starting a smaller ball over here.
Yep. How's it going, Levi? There you go. So now in the center, Ben is shaping the glass using the newspaper. It's just a folded up newspaper soaked in water. As long as the paper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. His assistant is holding a wooden paddle in front of his arm to shield him from the heat.
Does it take much pressure to blow and get that?
Only when you're making something really big. If you're making a little vase or a wine glass or something, then it's like blowing up a balloon. If you just came in, we're making light fixtures. This is a private commission. They're going to look similar to the ones that you see here on the pedestals. And they're going to be hanging lamps. We call them pendant lamps. So they'll hang from the ceiling, and the ball will be the light, the shade for the light. So now, to the right of center, Ben is going over to our furnace. He's going to coat his bubble with another layer of clear molten glass. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We're going to drip off some of the excess glass into that steel can, and we'll save that glass, and that'll eventually go back in the furnace. When we reach into the furnace to get the glass out, it gets the pipes hot, so we take them over to that trough. That's called the pipe cooler. We spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. A little bit of excess clear on the end of that bubble. We're going to snip it off. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? So now, Sarah, sitting to the left, she's the person that's blowing. She's blowing through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass as Ben Cobb, sitting at the bench, shapes it. So one person blows while the other person shapes it. What? Oh, well, we don't have it today, but we have a little try-it session.
He cut off the end of that.
Yes.
Let it fall on the ground. What will happen to that little piece on the ground? Will it roll back in?
It depends. We can recycle our clear waste. We can't recycle our colored waste because all the glass that's in those furnaces where we melt it is all clear, and we can't throw red and blue and purple.
Throw it away.
What does that torch do?
It heats the glass up.
Yeah, but I mean, why? He's doing it just at one end after she.
Well, when we use the torches, it allows us to focus the heat in a particular place. When we put it in the glory hole, it kind of heats it up more generally. When we need the heat in a particular place, we use the torches.
That little piece on the ground.
Yes.
Could you bring it over here and show it to us?
No. Not cooled properly, we can explode at any time.
You won't throw it back into there.
If it's clear, we will. If it's got color in it, then no.
Eventually, when it does cool down, you just throw it away.
What?
When it does cool down, you just throw it in the trash.
process when you manufacture something, there's always a little waste. When you go into a wood shop, there'll be a big garbage can with little scraps of wood in it.
Look at this shape of that thing. Come on, you really got it.
So, where's the scrap
She's
pile?
blowing again right now.
So Sarah is blowing. Sarah seated to the left of the workbench. As Ben, sitting at the bench, shapes the glass with the newspaper. This arrangement where one person blows and the other one shapes it is very typical of the Venetian style of glass blowing. Starting in 1979, a number of Venetian masters came here to the Northwest and began teaching the young Americans. Since that time, we blow glass pretty much the way they do in Venice because we learned from Venetians.
Like big popsicles.
What?
They look like big popsicles or
Yeah, lollipops.
lollipops.
Suckers.
So where's the scrap pile of all this stuff that gets cut off and wasted?
Well, the waste is in the steel can. That's the metal can that looks like it used to be a beer keg.
So
Any way I could take a piece home?
Nope.
you want your money back now, don't you?
No, I don't.
Yeah, I think that'd be a nice souvenir if you could take home a little scrap piece.
The
So
glass.
we're sneaking into this fire here. Come on.
There you go. Now the glass that's in the waste bucket is not annealed properly. It's not cooled properly, and it could explode at any minute.
Okay, let's see. He's measuring.
The glass that's wrapped around the end of the steel pipe is fragile. As long as it's kept warm, everything's okay. If we allow it to get too cold, it'll crack there, and we'll lose the whole thing. So periodically, you'll see one of the glass blowers take a torch and warm up the glass right out at the end of the steel pipe. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. We have a big electric oven called an annealer, the two big black ovens at opposite ends of the studio. We keep it at a constant temperature all day long, and then at the end of the day, it has a computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature the next morning. If we didn't do that, if we just put this on the table and let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would break.
What a sad thing that would be. You do all this effort making it and it just breaks. Well,
It happens. You can't deal with that. It shouldn't be a glass.
don't be afraid to get the break off. Okay.
So he's cutting it, right?
He's scoring it with a wet file. And when he just gives it a tap, it should break off into Sarah's hands. We're going to melt the little spot where we broke it off so it's not sharp. And then Sarah will carry it to our annealing oven where it will be cooled very slowly overnight. So let's have a big hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team and Levi Belber, the principal in this project.
Temperature of that ball as she was carrying it over.
About 1,000 degrees. We don't put it away till it's hard.
Okay.
So over on the workbench on the far left, that's Eric Wall, and he's starting the bubble for the next light fixture. He's blown a bubble of clear glass, he's coated it with white glass, and then a little clear glass over that. That's Eric in the gray shirt on the right side of the studio. Is laying his pipe in the pipe cooler. If these pipes get uncomfortable to handle, we just spray water on the metal pipe, and that cools it down, makes it easier to hold. He's dipping it into our furnace. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. Each time we dip it in and coat it, it's called taking a gather, G-A-T-H-E-R. So Eric is shaping the glass using a tool called the block. That scoop-shaped tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass.
You know the TV show where they do all the glass blowing and competitions? Is that real? I mean, do you see things that we...
Kind of real.
Okay. They do a lot in a short time.
Yeah, well, it's compressed. It's edited for TV. In the center workbench, Levi is shaping the glass using a tool called the block. No, there's no glass in that one. That's called, can we put up the glory hole diagram? Nope. So the glory hole has no glass in it. It's just a brick barrel with a gas burner inside. It's just a hot chamber to heat the glass and soften it so we can work on it. The glass comes out of the glass furnaces. Those are the machines with the doors closed. Can we put up the furnace diagram? So if you look up on the big screen, that's what that machine looks like inside. There's a big ceramic pot, in the bottom half, and it contains 1,000 pounds of melted glass. So over on the workbench on the right, Eric is heating up some rods of colored glass called cane, C-A-N-E, and we're going to melt them into that bubble to make stripes. So each rod will become one of the stripes on the final fixture. Can we put up picking up cane on a bubble? Can we put up, oh, there it is. So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little illustration. So we lay out our rods of colored glass, our cane, with whatever pattern we want. We roll the bubble over it. The rods stick to the surface, and then we put them in the fire again and melt them in, and each rod becomes a stripe. So we're going to heat that up and melt those rods of colored glass into the surface, and they'll become the stripes that you see on those ball-shaped fixtures. These are going to be lighting fixtures. They're a private commission. They're going to be hanging from the ceiling. We call it a pendant lamp. And the style is meant to represent candy, like the hard candy with stripes in it. Looking for the fun look, I guess. We're going to make them in a variety of sizes. So if you look over on the right, that's Levi Belbler, the mastermind of this project. He's laying out the rods of colored glass for our next stripe bubble. Does anybody have any questions? we put up how hot is it? So if you look up on the big screen, we have all the temperatures of the different pieces of equipment. The temperatures in white are the Fahrenheit temperatures. The temperatures in orange are the Celsius temperatures. Now Gabe is shaping the glass against that steel table, and he's letting the glass drag a little bit. And as the glass drags against the table, it's twisting the stripes. So we made the stripes from rods of colored glass that were straight. We heat it up, make it soft, and now we're giving it a little twist so the stripes will spiral around instead of going straight up and down. So now we're going to start to blow that up a bit. Sarah, seated to the left of the workbench, she's a person that'll be blowing. She'll blow into that steel tube and inflate the glass as Ben Cobb, sitting at the bench, shapes it. So you can see Sarah now is blowing. And you can see the bubble getting bigger. Hi, how are you guys? Do you guys have any questions? All right. Cool. So now Ben's going over to our furnace. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. The melted glass has the consistency of honey. It's like dipping into a big jar of honey. He'll drip off some of the excess into that steel can. It will save that excess glass, and eventually that'll go back in the furnace. You can see as the glass drips off the bubble how fluid the molten glass really is. We stream this to the internet. So now we're blowing up this glass to its full size and shape. Sarah, seated to the left of the workbench, she's the person that's blowing. She's blowing through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass as Ben, sitting at the bench, shapes it. So you can see it's getting bigger. Does anybody have any questions? Getting a bunch of glass, and then we're finishing it at the center. That will start out looking like that. In the beginning, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the furnace. We heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and we coat the initial bubble with the colored glass. you guys have any questions? Yeah. Well, I mean, Ben is the lead glassblower on this team, so he just assigns people what they're going to do. What? Yeah, yeah. I mean, all these guys are, full-on professional glassblowers. Any of them could do any of the jobs. And this is work. It's not a game. So. Yeah. What is in the oven? Natural gas and forced air. No, they for the first 90 So we're almost done. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So the slow cooling process is called annealing. We have the big black oven at the far right end of the studio is called an annealer. It's an electric oven. We keep it at a constant temperature all day long. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night it has a computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature. If we didn't do that, if we just put this on the table and let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would break. So if you look to the right, you'll see Sarah in the green jacket. She's going to carry the finished light fixture to our annealing oven. The gloves that she's wearing are made out of Kevlar. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. When she grabs that glass, it'll be about 1,000 degrees. Ben is taking a wet file and scoring the glass. He'll give the pipe a tap, and off it comes. We'll take a torch and melt the little edges where we broke it off so it's not sharp. And we'll carry it to our annealing oven where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. So let's have a big hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Levi Belber. Has anybody got any questions? Okay, why is the building shaped like this? There's three reasons. Reason number one, most important, it looks really cool. Reason number two, the whole building is designed to act like a giant chimney, so there's a natural updraft to take the heat and smoke away from the furnaces, just like a chimney in your house. Reason number three is historical. Along this waterway, before the museum was here, there were a number of sawmills. The sawmills had big cone-shaped metal outbuildings where they burned the wastewood from the sawmills for power. When the architect saw old pictures of this waterway, he saw all these big cone-shaped buildings, and that's what gave him the idea to make the building in this shape. So for those of you who came in a little later, we're making light fixtures. It's a private commission. It's going to go into a 1950s style soda fountain and bowling alley. And the design is inspired by hard candies, like your grandma used to have. So hopefully they'll be fun. They're going to hang from the ceiling. So there'll be the ball shade, and the light will hang from the ceiling. guys have any questions? Yes. What about the stripes? Why are there stripes? Because that's the way the designer wants it to look, like a striped hard candy. Are you asking me how they make the stripes, or? Oh, that's different. Can we put up picking up cane on a bubble? We have a little illustration. Can we put up? There we go. So if you look up on the big screen, we have, let's see. We have rods of colored glass, and we lay them out on a ceramic plate in the pattern that we want. We take the bubble, and we roll it over the stripes. The rods of colored glass stick to the surface, and then we melt them in, and each rod becomes a stripe. Does that make sense? If you look to the right now, you can see Levi laying out the stripes for the next light. To the right, the center, is Eric in the gray shirt. He's going to blow the first bubble to start the next light. The glass on the end of his pipe is clear glass. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. Here it goes. It'll blow. In the far workstation over on the left, Sarah in the black shirt and shorts is heating up a bar of colored glass, in this case white, and we're going to use the white to coat the clear bubble. We call this a color overlay, and this is how we apply color to most of the things that we make here. Can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So we're making these lighting fixtures similar to the designs that you see on the pedestal. We're making some larger versions. And we're sort of halfway through this one in the center. And we're going to now blow it up to its full size and shape. Sarah, seated to the left of the workbench, she's the person that'll be blowing. She'll blow through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflate the glass as Ben, sitting at the bench, shapes it. These folks are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They're extremely talented glass blowers. Ben is leading our team today. He's been blowing glass for about 30 years. So right now, in the center bench, they're letting the glass cool and stiffen a bit. And I think we're going to put one more layer of clear glass over that. Now Ben's going over to our furnace. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. The glass has the consistency of honey. It's like dipping into a big giant jar of honey. We'll drip off some of the excess glass into that steel can. We'll save that excess glass, and eventually that'll go back in the furnace. The glass that we added is clear glass. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. Has anybody got any questions? Hi, how are you guys? Good. You guys have any questions? Anything you'd like to know? I think you're smelling the cafe. The cafe's next door. Yep. So giant chimney. You're basically sitting inside a giant chimney. Yeah. Building plus Levi brought a couple of extras. So Levi's the guy whose commission this is. That's Levi in the overalls, and he brought the guy in the striped shirt and the tall guy in the light gray shirt. The rest of our he's hiring our shop and our coming in, guys. We have several very interesting exhibitions right now. We have the work of Nancy Cowan, one of the Northwest's best glass blowers. Nancy worked for 20 years for a Venetian master named Lino, and she's taken the classical Italian techniques and given them a modern twist. We put up, do we have Nancy Cowan Forces at Play slide? You should go check this out. Nancy's an excellent artist, and she's been working in glass, I don't know, 30, 35 years, something like that. We also have our exhibition called Field Notes, which is artists interpreting nature in glass, and just all sorts of cool things, very, very different approaches and attitudes. And we also have a exhibit of glass illustrations by Walter Lieberman. So we have some interesting exhibits. Don't miss them.
Why are some of the tools made out of wood?
Because the wood doesn't suck the heat out of the glass, you shape it and still keep it hot.
Whereas the metal would like conduct the heat.
Yes, metal sucks the heat out. Also, the metal is more likely to mark the glass, whereas the wood doesn't mark the glass at all.
Why is no one wearing like that much protective gear? Like
Don't need it.
they're careful.
They,
Do you guys get burned yet?
you see, Ben will sometimes put on a sleeve, a Kevlar sleeve, to protect the arm that's nearest the glass. We basically put stuff on when we become uncomfortable, like heat. Had only one trip to the emergency room in the last 22 years.
Oh, that's very good. That's very good. Well, I guess you do have like
What?
I guess you do have like a decent hole for the space.
The real danger of this shop is none of Sarah's seated to the left of the workbench. Sarah's blowing. She's blowing through that steel tube. The tube is called the blowpipe. And you're just blowing it up like you're blowing up a balloon. So this light is almost done. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take it off the metal pipe. We're going to place it in an oven called the annealer where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. Ben is scoring the glass with a wet file. Give the pipe a tap. Off it comes. We'll melt the little edges where we broke it off so they're not sharp. And then into our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. So let's have a big hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team and Levi Belber. Over on the right, we're now going to pick up our stripes. Levi's got the bubble. He's rolling over rods of colored glass. The rods of colored glass stick to the surface of the bubble. And now we're going to melt them in. And each of those rods, each cane, becomes a stripe. Does anybody have? Yes. Say what? I'm not understanding what you're saying. The do they pick? Well, the designers pick the colors. We're just making them. Yeah. We're not the designers. We're just making them. These guys are the designers. Oh, they're not. This is an outside commission. There's a professional design firm commissioned Levi to to make these lights according to their design. So they pick the colors. Take it from one. What time is it now? Maybe it is 12:30. I'll tell you. So now we're shaping the bubble against the metal table. The metal table is called the marver, M-A-R-V-E-R. If we let the glass, I think this one keep it straight. Each time we heat up the glass in the round oven, the glory hole, it only stays soft for a minute or two. So we do whatever shaping or blowing we can while it's hot and soft. When it starts to cool and stiffen a bit, we return to the glory hole and heat it up again. Both the glory holes, the round ones with the doors open, and the furnaces, the ones with the doors closed, both of them run on natural gas and forced air. So now Ben's taking a tool called the jacks and squeezing the glass and making a sharp crease in it. We'll cut off a little bit of the glass at the end, and that will draw the line pattern together so that everything meets nicely like you see here. So when he cuts it, the rods of colored glass get applied to the side, and when you squeeze it down and cut it off, all the lines come together in the middle. Okay, what do you want to know about it?
Temperature of the ovens.
Okay, can we put up how hot is it? I have a little chart. How hot is it? So those are the temperatures, all different equipment. The glory holes are the round ones with doors open. Furnaces are the ones with the doors closed. The silver oven over there is the garage. And the big black ovens where we put the glass to cool down overnight, those are the annealers. Come from all over the world. They make whatever they want. They rent them. The exhibits are a separate part. No, don't have our all professional glass blowing. And small guy in the shoes who over the last 30 years. Gabe, guy in the hat, 29 years. Sarah, black shirt, short. All professional. Well, they all came from different places. They all been there now. Sarah came from Rochester. Ben came from Providence. Gabe from the Bay Area. So it's not a school. They're all professional glass blowers. brought two left.
Okay, I think that was my question. How much noise do you have?
We have five in our core team.
Too much turnover or something?
Ben and Gabe, Ben and Gabe have been here since like Sarah has been here for about 7 years.
And how does a touring artist, say a touring artist, do they apply to come here?
Most of our guest artists come by invitation. We do reserve a couple of slots for artists to make the book. We do about 30 artists. Some from all over the world. They all do very, very different stuff. Once you see, all the different attitudes. Learned, started in 1979, number of Asian Africans came here from the Northwest, Neanderthals, Americans. So the way that we blow glass here is very similar to the way that they blow glass in the US.
How much was the construction of the song?
So like, talking about learning, Kaes designed the app. He learned entirely at work. Never went to school.
Oh, wow.
Then, he's leading our team today. He got an after-school job at a glass shop in high school, and then went on and studied it as an art teacher. People love him in a different way. Yes. These are what make the stripes. Called cane. So each one, you cut off them into little pencil-sized sections, melt them into a bubble. So each one of these lines was
So you get, so he's building a photo from someone.
yes, some designers approached Levi to make these shades, and Levi has rented our studio and our team.
So this one that's screwed up, you said it was a sheet of wood.
It's I call a pendant light, so the wire
it's
goes
a
hang
signal light,
from the
okay.
ceiling. Yeah.
Yeah. So what is the ballpark?
I have it. It's like a lot.
500,
I
1,000?
don't know. No one told me the money. I have no idea. No, I don't. I really don't. I mean,
You have to squint
I
on
can
the
make
place
something up.
which
I can make
makes it
something up.
look like you believe.
I can make something up, but I rely
You know,
on
I was satisfied.
Levi, the guy in the overall, and he's heading the project. He hires the shop.
So the designer had a little round circle with two swirls on it, said like 5 days or 4 days.
Yep.
And then, okay.
And it's Levi came to us. Yeah. Oh, the curved side? No, that's called the garage. That keeps things warm while we're working. So if we have something that's made out of several parts, we make part number one, put it in the garage, it stays warm. Make part number two, then we pull part number one out, heat it up, and stick the two together.
So how long have you been in this business?
I've been working in glass for about 50 years.
Wow.
50?
50.
I didn't know people started really young.
No, no, I'm 71.
Why did you go for years? She's 33.
Don't argue with him. Go ahead. I'll take your opinion.
Somebody told me glass blowing was fun. I couldn't glass blow, so I that was not fun. I was a professional glass blower for about 2 years. It's addictive. You play golf? No. Golf, no matter how good you are at it, it's always a little too hard. Yeah, you can play golf. Let me ask you. Something always, no matter how good you are, it's always a little bit too hard. You know? No. That's a furnace. It probably means that the glass is. Yes.
He added more
He
glass.
added more glass. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? Let me show you.
Wow.
So that's what the furnace looks like inside. Look up on the big screen. So in the bottom half, there's a tank full of melted glass, and the melted glass has the consistency of honey. So when he takes the bubble and he dips it in there, it's like dipping into a big jar of honey.
Wow.
And so that's what you were just seeing. So now he's got a fresh layer of clear glass.
Heat protection on his arm. Good God. You talk about getting a burn if ever you touch that stuff.
Annoying, not medical. Ben's going over to the pipe cooler. That's steel trough. When we get the glass out of the furnace, we have to reach way in. It heats up the pipe. We take it over to that trough, and we spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down. It makes it easier to hold. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. Glass rods? Okay, let's see. Maybe we have a video. Do we have a pulling cane video? Might take us a moment to look at. I think we have video. Our AV guy. Up, here he goes. So we make a thick cylinder of glass, we attach it to another piece of glass, and then we stretch. We slowly walk away. Glass has an amazing ability to stretch. We stretch it as far as we can. We break it off, let it cool on those wooden ladders. Then we chop it up into pencil-sized sections, and we use those to make the stripes. The rods are called cane, C-A-N-E. Does that answer your question? Does that answer your question? Yes, we buy colored glass from 2 companies in Germany, and they have, I would say, close to 200 colors. So now Ben is going to take a tool called the jacks, those metal tongs. He's going to squeeze the glass as his assistant turns the pipe, and we'll make a notch in the glass. That notch is a place we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. The tool is called the jacks, and making that notch is called jacking it down. Sarah, seated to the left of the workbench, is blowing as Ben, sitting at the workbench, shapes it. The gray pad in Ben's hand that he's shaping the glass with is just folded up ordinary newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. Making some of these with straight stripes and some of them with twisted spiral stripes. Actually, the straight stripes are harder because it's hard to keep them, all those things straight when you're shaping the glass and turning it and stuff. Keeping it straight is actually harder than making it twist. Sarah is blowing as Ben shapes the glass with a pad of wet newspaper. 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. We're checking the size. That comes off the glass is radiant heat, like an outdoor heater. It heats the first thing it strikes. And so if you put the paddle in between the glass and the arm, the paddle gets hot and the arm doesn't. Sarah's blowing. You're trying to get that same diameter. Levi has a jig. We're trying to match the. So we're almost done. After this is done, we're going to take our lunch. We'll be out for an hour. We'll come back, and we'll be blowing more glass after that. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly, or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. We'll take the glass off the metal pipe. We'll place it in the annealer, which is an electric oven. And then overnight, the oven has a little computerized thermostat that will slowly turn the temperature down to room temperature overnight. If we didn't do that, if we just put it on the table and let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would break. Sarah, in the green jacket, has put on some Kevlar gloves. She's going to carry the finished glass to our annealing oven. When she grabs the glass, it'll be approximately 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard, and we'll cool it slowly overnight in the annealing oven. Ben is scoring the glass with a wet file. He's going to tap on the pipe, and the glass should come off. We're going to melt the edges where we broke it off so they're not sharp, and then into our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. So let's have a big hand for Levi Belber and the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. So now we're breaking for lunch. If anybody has any questions before I go to lunch, I would be happy to answer them. And if not, enjoy your lunch. See you guys in an hour. Commercial lighting committee. I said, this is not a art piece. It's a commercial lighting commission. We're making it according to somebody else's design. And so, yeah, so I doubt anybody's going to sign it. No, well, I mean, it's a job, for us. We're fabricating someone else's design, so we wouldn't sign it. Yes. Okay, well, enjoy your lunch.
My name is Tarika Waters, and I am originally born in Richmond, Virginia, from the DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia area. I am making a windshield for my rocket ship. So I have a solo exhibition coming up at the Seattle Art Museum. It opens May 7th, and one of the featured pieces is a giant powder pink colored rocket ship. I've been working on a series of ball barrettes over the years, some various mediums. My recent series, they were all done in glass. So the task here is to create a windshield for this rocket ship that kind of favors and lends to some of the those rounded organic shapes that are heavily featured in the exhibition. These ball barrettes have significant meaning. This rocket ship houses two pairs on either side, and so the windshield will essentially be an amalgamation of a spherical element, similar to like if you would blow bubbles at the end of that wand, where those bubble clusters just kind of come out and just fall alongside the wand, just kind of going for an organic shape. When I found out that I was going to be doing a solo exhibition at SAM, they wanted to give me enough time. I create immersive installations, so that requires a lot of planning and building out and that sort of thing. But when the year was 2025, that meant a lot of things. So I just knew that, hey, we're here in 2025. The exhibition is called Venus is Missing, and it's rooted back in my early childhood days in Richmond, Virginia, and it's focused on a specific time. I'm an 80s baby. I was born right at the height of the 80s, where the times looked a lot different than they do now. Not by much, but that was the onset of a lot of consumerism and just vibrant, saturated colors, a lot of distractions, television, just pop culture all around. For me, I like to draw from these elements that are symbolic of that time, symbolic of my childhood, that are, they are ubiquitous, but because they fit particularly into my narrative, then I can kind of bend and shape what that story looks like specifically for me and people who look like me. And so the ball barrettes have been a really great kind of anchor point in that I'm able to tell various stories with just that one specific object. And thinking about my 6-year-old self sitting on the carpet, we only had 3 channels. We couldn't afford cable. That was fancy. People don't even know what I'm talking about when I talk about cable. But just that space of play and imagination when you're surrounded by a lot of adult things where you just don't understand all of what's happening, why all these things are happening, and you're self-soothing, So with the show at SAM, I'm finally able to budget for a team of folks that can come in and help. When this residency came up, this was like, this is perfect, because I can then have that extension of the series that I was working with at my solo exhibition a couple of years ago that featured those glass ball barrettes at the Museum of Museums, and then kind of keep that story going. I think after SAM, this might put the cap on the ball barrette series. Like, I'm just trying to complete this circle. No pun intended. Everything is, I feel like Sesame Street, brought to you by a circle. Yeah.
My name is Corey Pemberton, and I'm from Los Angeles, California. I'm a painter and a glass blower. I dabble in textiles, and I run a nonprofit. This week at the Museum of Glass, I am working to translate some quilt patterns that I've been studying into glass Marini patterns, making some intricate sort of tiles that will eventually adorn the surface of some vessels. This whole interest started when I was gifted a book called Sweetgrass by Sonia Clark, who was the department head at Virginia Commonwealth University, where I was going to school, and it was about those sweetgrass baskets. She knew that I was looking at them and was vaguely interested, and that act of her giving me that book or turning me on to that text felt in a way like I was being given permission to investigate my African roots. And I am of mixed race, and so sometimes I felt a little bit like it wasn't my place to investigate that sort of work or those sorts of interests in my work. And ever since then, I've had this interest in celebrating the makers who came before me in my lineage, potentially, and sort of inventing a history.
Yeah, I want to go from the balcony, Sarah.
The one pattern that we've been focusing on a lot the last few days is the log cabin quilt block. So on the Underground Railroad, there was this block that if you saw it on a quilt that was, say, hanging from a clothesline or on the outside of a barn or a home, you knew that that was a place that would be safe for you to stop and rest on your journey to freedom. And so I'm looking at that particular pattern and seeing how many different variations I can get by switching up the colors and the rotation of the Marini tiles. I also have a painting practice, so I do a lot of portraits and interiors of people who have historically not been included in the conversation in galleries and museums in terms of historical portraiture, people whose bodies fall outside of that, and who are typically depicted in moments of trauma or being extraordinary. I try to show people just existing. It's just been a really amazing opportunity already. We're only halfway through, and you know, I knew it would be special to have this amazing team here at the museum work on my designs, but there's all these little things I didn't anticipate, like how the work and the designs would develop with the minds of all of these craftspeople. You know, they're not just technicians, they all have their own background in art and in craft that is informing the stuff that we're making this week. And so yeah, I'm gonna leave with a lot to mull over and expand upon, so I'm really excited about that. I've got a lot of things sort of on the horizon. One particular opportunity that I'm really excited about is an exhibition at the Mint Museum in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm also doing a lot of work through the nonprofit Crafting the Future that I co-founded and am the director of. We have an event series called Better Together. The last time I was on this hot shop floor was for the closing demonstration for the Tacoma Glass Art Society conference. We've got one coming up at the end of this month, actually, at the Pittsburgh Glass Center. So getting ready for that, really excited. We'll have a team of black and brown craftspeople coming from across the country to celebrate one another and invite the public in to learn about glass making through our lens. So those are a couple things that I'm really excited about.
Well, thank you guys all for being here and being such an integral part of my career. I tried to narrow my focus down to, it's basically two ideas. Stop. Yep. Do you guys all understand cameo engraving? So I'm cutting through layers of color to make an image. The more white glass that I remove, the darker the shading. It's a black cylinder with a white sheet on it, and the imagery all comes from photo booth pictures. So this is a cameo engraving on a blown form, but instead of just a white rectangle, it's these kind of blobby forms. Where the white sheet glass is will still be cameo engraved, but in between there'll be a line drawing to continue the image. So it's an interrupted image. I've been trying to figure out how to explain this to everyone in a way that makes sense, but you all might just have to see it when I'm done. Yeah, I actually went to college for 2 years for animation before I got into glass. And I think that's one of the reasons I'm really drawn to engraving, is it gets imagery that I enjoy drawing into glass blowing. I love the physicality of the glass blowing and the teamwork, and then I love going home and sitting by myself for hours. It's really meditative for me to do the engraving part, and then this is like loud and fast, and you don't really have, you have to just react, you know? So this process for me really feels like it kind of encompasses both things, the way my brain works, you know. A little blowing. All right, we'll put a jack line in that. Are you okay? Yep. Yeah, I just want to blow it up now, Nick. Okay. How do you feel? Good. Okay. Yeah, do you want torching or anything? Is that the cerise? The cup? Yes. Yeah, left side. Can you do one more? Yeah, I got it.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Cobb. I'm the hot shop director and one of the glass blowers here at the Museum of Glass. Originally, I'm from Newport, Rhode Island, and I've been living in Washington State for 22 years. Yeah, I would describe myself as a maker or an artist. I pursued glassmaking in art school as a material, and then I was always interested in the process of glass blowing, the pursuit of sort of technical excellence, sort of a lifetime learner, if you will, and a problem solver. So I like to have all these techniques sort of packed away in my brain so that as I think about what I want to make, I might be able to pull from that to realize my ideas. I spend a lot of time outdoors with my family. We spend a lot of time on the water, fishing, hiking, camping. So a lot of time to take in sort of the natural wonders, as it were, and be inspired by them. Very lucky to have Olympic Color Rods sponsor me this week, and use this time here at the Museum of Glass to experiment with those. And one of the things I've been wanting to try for a while, is layering up three colors. The pieces that we were working on today it's sort of a general leaf shape with a bunch of lines in them to sort of represent sort of that visceral systems that you see in the leaf. I'm not trying to recreate those things, just inspired by it. The microcosm of things that are around you and sort of blowing them up to draw attention to those details. When I first started showing work, I made a variety of things that were sort of based on human anatomy. So I came up with this idea. I started making these forms that were sort of these abstract stomachs. They're very slick, modern-looking pieces. When I first started sort of making these, it was two colors, right? So a transparent over an opaque, and you get this hyper-saturated surface. But that would just make the interior that one opaque color, which was typically, in this case, it was blue. So I wanted to figure out how to add something more in there. So the interior of this thing is this bright yellow, and then there's an opaque blue, and then there's a transparent blue. That modern form is kind of stuck on a pedestal. Somebody might see it across the room and walk over to it and be like, wow, that's really cool. And they read the title card at the base of the pedestal, and you can see their sort of demeanor change when they read the word stomach. They would get like, ooh, they kind of cringed. And I don't know, that was almost more interesting to me than the actual work. I don't know if creative control is not the right word, but I have a lot of input on the creative direction of the museum. From developing the Visiting Arts program, working with curatorial closely, is having a full-time job sometimes limits your focus on your personal work. So I think over the past 22 years, this might be my third residency here. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but we facilitate other people's ideas. That's what we do. We facilitate other people's dreams coming true here in the hot shop. And to be able to have this 5 days to focus on my own work is awesome. It's incredible. The folks that are on the floor with me, Kristen Elliott, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, Nick Davis, This week, also Sayuri Fukuda has come down to help. There's a few others that are coming up this weekend. I mean, it's awesome. And they're all here to help me realize my ideas. And that's so special.
All right, start to go flat, Nick.
Yeah, Jordan, push it forward.
Stop. Yeah, I got a little bit of an angle there. Just give it a light one. We got to sandwich it one more time. Whew, I got to put a glove on. Oh, I said it's like punning up on the inside.
I'm sure it's in like beautiful, you know?
No.
Yeah, so now we're going to put a punny right here, Sarah. Ben, you wore cargo shorts so long that they come out of style, in style, and back in style. Cap? I could have kept more. I'm going to need some rammage. Ramming. You can call me Nancy. I'm just cooling it. I'm not choking it anymore. Ooh, this is leaking. Got a little air on it? It's sitting right now. Okay. You ready? Flip. Pull, Sarah. Keep pulling. Good. Flip. Take it. I got it. To the side. Go up again. To the side. You can go this way, Ben. Either way. Nice. Flip. Start torching up there, Nick. Pull, Sarah. Stop. Let me get the other torch. Good. Now I'm going to get out real quick. Hoi. Give me some tweezers. We'll make some small stuff tomorrow. I'm okay, Nick. Let me just look at it.
How's it coming off?
You want it flat or on edge, Nick? Edge. Flip. One more flip. All right, take it. Nice job, dude. Oh, I just want to watch what happens in. You got it, Nick. Perfect. That looks great. Nice job.
My name is Eleanor Anderson, and I currently live in Hamtramck, Michigan, but I'm moving to Portland, Maine. My practice is mostly grounded in textiles, but I love the process of learning other mediums and playing in other genres. So I work mostly making large-scale fabric collages, and those incorporate a variety of different textile techniques. Sometimes weaving, sometimes knitting, sometimes hand embroidery. I think a lot about the human urge to play. Compositions where I stay fully engaged in the whole process. I don't have a preconceived plan before I go into them, so they really come about in a emergent way rather than a pre-planned sort of I have a sketch or something like that. I came in with a lot of experiments that I started during the residency at Pilchuck, and then this week they're all getting a lot bigger. We're making some glass bricks or squares that I'm going to be later using in an installation. And I've also been experimenting with flame marking stringer into a knot pattern, and so these are getting applied to different vessels, like some bowls and vases. I think this afternoon we're going to do a smushed cup, a bunch of cups that kind of get compressed. I think they might be, maybe they'll exist on the blocks, or maybe they'll exist on a table or in constellation with other works. But I just love that. I love that they're so vibrant. I love that they stay luminous, and they can be both matte and transparent and sandblasted or shiny, and the light reflects and they glow. It's really like a collaboration between me and the material, or me and machine.
I'm Cedric Mitchell. I'm a Los Angeles-based glass artist. I think, as an artist, it's just, you have to, one, believe in yourself. And then, I spent a lot of time with perpetual practice. I come from a production background. A lot of my influences come from Editorial Sotsas and the Memphis Design Group, Nickelodeon, so childhood cartoons and old school 90s and 80s toys that came from that era. And then also playground equipment, incorporate bright and vibrant colors, and with a mixture of these black and white stripes and these crazy busy patterns. Glass was a wide open lane. When I first started blowing glass, just doing research on famous black glass artists and realizing that there weren't very many of those people. So my search results generated Deborah Moore, Thurman Statham, and Shay Rhodes. Those are my 3 reference points. And then just realizing that needs to change. So instead of looking into them, it's just becoming one myself. I was so it's like a beam. I usually make these really tight, crisp forms and things like that. But, I started talking about this thing called the modern funk aesthetic. And then I started looking at my stuff, my work, and it's it's not funky enough, So making it a little more funky, adding this crazy wild pattern and some softer type shapes where it's not super crispy, and then maybe off center a little bit. And then some elements are still straight, it's straight here and straight here, but it's a little funky in there. And then you're still using those traditional techniques Marini and cane, and then the Encamo technique, but then trying to make it mine. Yeah.
In the background, is that cane?
It'll be opaque, so opaque color, so the first one type effect. And then also playing into how can these vessels or these patterns that I'm creating with traditional techniques also roll over into fashion. Fashion also plays a role as me being a former musician or rapper. So being highly involved in fashion and staying in tune with those things, and then Also like hip hop as well, like the graffiti art. The cheetah print came from like fashion, like back in the 90s and the 80s where that was coming about. And then also like wrestling, so like my favorite wrestlers also had like bright colors like Macho Man and then like Sting. I'm trying to incorporate some of those things in my work. You know, everything that we're doing is like experimentation, so we've been just like trying new ideas of like shapes and then just, you know, figuring out what the Marinis are doing. They're like in the spaces where they're hot, where the Marini are, they create like this weird like bubbles and things. So it's a little lumpy, like a tortoise shell, which adds to the funkiness and the irregular shape. And then embracing that, you know. You spend so much time chasing mastery and making these things really nice, and then you hear people say that it's too nice. So there's no uniqueness to it, or it looks like it came from IKEA. So like switching it up and then just generating, you know, a one-time thing. You know, this will not be recreated again. So all the forms that I'm making, I don't plan on making them again.
My name is Nate Watson, and I live and work between San Francisco and Louisville right now. I work between disciplines and mediums. I work intuitively and through research. My work is additive. It's changing all the time. The way that I start in the morning isn't the way that I end at night, and so my ideas shift and change. But there's a visual language that I've carried with me for the last 25 years. I try to create a container, and my process is essentially vessels, containers, assemblages. I try to build works or take on projects that deal with those felt things that tend to be a little bit more invisible. I think as an artist, I think of myself sometimes as a translator, and also making things I've come to understand is really healing for me as well, and I think it is for others. Well, the funnel is a shape that I've worked with and around for a long time now, and I just did a little bit of research and kind of looked up that form and that shape and found that it had been applied to everything from universal expansion and the shape of the universe to also data visualization and how people chart issues and things like that. You can segment different parts, their facets and things like that. And for me, it's become more of a metaphor for the accumulation of experience and things, and having those things be focused down to like a point or a moment. So all of the experiences, the things that everyone's done to get to that level where they can work together seamlessly, and then focus all that energy in that moment and make it happen, that is the funnel. And the funnel is actually happening. It's the team. It's a group of people making the work.
My name is Victoria Amadizada Melendez. I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm an artist who works with glass, and I work with the medium in multiple different ways. Right now, I primarily work with glass in the hot shop, blowing, also neon and flame working, and then I utilize or combine these ways of working with glass depending on the idea for my piece. I'm half Puerto Rican and half Persian, so I was looking at a lot of the Middle Eastern glass in Corning's collection and taking inspiration from that. And also my mother was a collector. My mom's Puerto Rican, but she was a collector of American glass and things like, we had objects like that in our home growing up. So, I'm trying to use form as this portal to storytelling and content, if that makes sense. Like today we're working on this Persian candlestick holder from the 13th century, and I want to give it like a bit of a contemporary update, like keep these ideas in our kind of cultural consciousness or something. So I've been really inspired by these forms that are 13th century Syrian mosque lamps, and they were always very elaborately gilded and enameled and decorated. So in looking at these historic forms, I kind of wondered what my ornamentation on the surface would be and why. And so here at Museum of Glass, I'm using this stamp that looks like an eye, and for me it's referencing the idea of the evil eye, an emblem that offers the wearer protection from jealousy or ill will. I just feel like it's so meaningful to be able to sit in this bench and blow glass here at the Tacoma Museum of Glass. It's, you know, it's a big stage to be on and a huge honor, and it just feels like something I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, and something that really has brought me joy and a lot of confidence and pride in my work.
I like to explore many different techniques in glass making. I feel like glass just has an endless amount of techniques to learn, and I like to sculpt glass, and I like to play with different techniques, and I like to combine different techniques too. In making the ammonites, they're kind of a challenging form to make. I think that's why I keep making them. It's like maybe trying to find the perfect wave. Yeah, what I like about the ammonites is that it's just kind of a cool index fossil that dates the layers of Earth. So I think it's an interesting idea that makes me think of our past. I feel like in making the ammonites, I started to cut them open and see what was happening on the inside. So I felt like what do I really love from that? What do I really love from that? Does it really have to be an ammonite or a shell or a thing? And then I felt like, well, let's just play around with the glass and let it do its fluid thing, and make Marini and do color folds and chop it up and see what that looks like on the inside. I love how you can see them turning in the shop. It's flat as it's been cut through or something, and on the other side you have this beautiful pore surface. The surface of the glass hasn't really been touched, so it has this really beautiful quality of magnifying what's behind it. So I just want to see both of those sides. So I need to figure out a way to display those.
My name is Fumi Amano. I'm originally from Japan, but currently I'm living in Seattle area. It's my first time doing the visiting artist program here, but when I moved to the US in 2013, I was in Seattle and helping lots of glass artist friends. So because I really wanted to experience in glass studio, so I was kind of helping lots of glass artist friends in this hot shop as well. I was assigned to make a sculpture with glass for a new concourse C at SeaTac Airport. So I'm working with the museum team to create lots of rondelles for that sculpture. I was inspired by the nature in Pacific Northwest, especially moss. It's such a beautiful nature, so I use a lot of cans to create like a moss-looking texture on the rondelles. So it's kind of a lot of experiment in the hot shop, but I really enjoyed it. yeah, I can't wait to make rondels with it. It's a kind of like a patient time, like, you know, pulling cans 1 day, 2 day, all days. But, you know, after that, we can just roll up and making lots of rondels. So I can't wait to do that. Yeah, I do use different mediums. Like I use lots of mundane objects or some like old furnitures. I use old window frames or some like bed legs or something like old recycled materials to create sculptures. And also I really like to make large scale installation and sculptures with different materials. I was drawn to glass blowing at first. Then like I started using lots of different technique in glass because it's such a beautiful craft material. Yeah, it's so satisfying to see like a really good glass artist like manipulating glass so smoothly. It's so satisfying to watch. So, yeah. It's gonna be a public art at the airport. The most exciting part is maybe my family could see my work when they, you know, visit me. Then they will see my piece at first. So that's I'm so excited about this project. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Like, I see a lot like rondels we made yesterday. Like, it's kind of like an experiment. So because I'm trying to make rondels with kind of like a texture look like moss, it's a kind of challenging for us, like how to make and how it would look like as a result on the rondels. So I really like how it turns out. Like I have a lot of designs on the paper, but you know, working with materials, that would change a lot how it would look like in, you know, real glass. So I really enjoy the kind of like a conversation with the material. Okay, I want to do this, and the material answered. So now I see the answer, and now I have to, you know, go back to the material, what I'm gonna do. So I really enjoyed that conversation with material so far.
I'm Jay. I'm from Canada. Sorry. I am super excited to be here. I was super surprised and delighted when I got that email. So just have all these gestures that we can then play with the forms. So like this one might have this kind of at the bottom here. It looks like it's kind of like sliding on the floor or melting. And then up here it's kind of off center. And then these will be playful up here. They don't take long to make, which is what scared me about coming here. So that's why there's a lot of double overlays. But we didn't pop the bottoms out on these ones because I'm like, okay, well, I wanted to figure out how these things go together first, and then the opening up the bottom could be another thing, which would be this time. So I've never blown into that mold, so we should probably just try it. Maybe it's like a clear one or something like that. But
It looked fresh.
it was fresh. It was very fresh. Jason Murphy made that for me. We just want to pull tubes because I thought it'd be cool if we had different thicknesses of tubes, we could cut them into sections and glue them together. So as the neon went through it optically, they would change.
Low pressure.
Yeah, let's have some fun. Especially that one, which totally looks like Mars Attack.
That's where
They are Bristol green and gold ruby, like K3. Yeah, I think, and we're gonna do the long pull up up from there, like maybe tomorrow or something like that.
What do you mean?
We're gonna try basically pulling this out, but then just doing it from up top so it drops in, and then just bend it into a U there and try and manipulate it.
Okay.
We've been trying.
Yeah. No success?
We've had some turn brown, which is an interesting color?
Yeah, that's the selenium coming out of solution. When it gets heated up, basically, the different molecules of the different chemistries that are in there come out of solution, and they basically go out of phase, and that's where that milkiness comes from. So it's about how you heat your color up. When you're in there, when you drop it, heat it, when you do it, and then how you do your gather. So if you keep the whole thing clear in terms of your heat, and have it strike when it comes out there, that's when you'll get that true red. But that muddiness is just from that initial heat up.
Yeah.
It'll be great.
That's how it works.
I want to break this one and see what she looks like in the middle.
Okay. It's your neon world. I'm just living in it. It's kind of a beautiful size. I don't know. Is that way too big?
Oh, like the diameter? The diameter is fine. I am worried that she
It's
is
too thick?
a little thick.
Yeah, just score it.
She might even be a little thin. But definitely usable.
Sweet.
At least this whole section is.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, like, if we did with like the difference between the opaque and the, you know what I mean?
This will be a really light, nice,
Soft. Oh, lovely. Like, you just.
Not ideal, but not bad.
Well, it's our first pulse. We'll
Yeah,
get better.
exactly. And for poles, these are good too.
Sweet.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Is that cool? Okay.
You're just going to do one gather over?
No, probably two. Like, the tube should be about that big.
Yeah. 2 gathers?
Okay.
Yeah.
YouTube.
This is a thicker thing, right?
That's
polished thing?
Yeah. So I think maybe the tube should be about like that wide.
Okay. And how finished you is like?
It doesn't even have. That seems big, but.
Yeah. It could be big.
It could be big, I guess.
But, well, I don't know. I mean, so 2-inch diameter.
The green is denser than the pink, so. It's a good question. I think I got 2 gather. That wide, if it goes like that. It'd be kind of funny if it was like a short one. Well, I'd kind of
always be short.
Yeah.
Depends where you cut it.
That's true. That's fair.
So just try to make a nice bend.
Yeah, it's just
You get really artificial looking ruby. So you want a color sample of this guy?
Sure.
And then one of the cobalt. Do you want neon and argon of both of them?
If we do that, then I'll know what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This will turn gray.
Okay.
That will turn purple with neon. Yeah, we'll do 2 color samples of each.
Okay, cool. Then we can see, like, we can look through different colors and see what they look like, sort of thing.
Cap? Yeah.
No cap. No, I'm just kidding.
No cap.
Jay.
My name is Jason Christian. I reside from Ballard, Washington, originally from Coopville, Whidbey Island, Washington. I've been making glass for 28 years. I started in a factory called the Glass Eye Studio in Seattle, Washington. I was lucky enough to be in Seattle, where it was the golden era of glass in the city. There was lots and lots of studios, so I could, at any given day, walk into a studio and just open the doors and learn. I started coming here months after it opened, so it's been fun to grow with the team and know everyone and meet all the people that have come and gone and stayed, and it's a part of me and part of my career, so I'm grateful for having me and being a part of my life. They're massive. We're pushing the scale. These are some of the biggest ones I've ever made. First of all, I love the texture of glass patterns that you make. The traditional patterns like Radicello, Emerletto, the filigrana patterns, and I love to be able to actually like touch those patterns and feel that. It's like a fabric. Patterns and colors, I make those all by myself. So like the Radicello and all the Marini and stuff, I can make that. I've taught myself how to make that by myself. So when I was designing these, it was really important to me to be able to have that visually, that texture being exposed, and to be able to touch it, to get that sense of touch in the piece. There is a deeper meaning to those pieces. My stepfather, when I was 12 years old, kind of brought my mom and I back together. My mom had left my life when I was 3, and then we were able to kind of mend that with my mom. My stepfather bought me this yo-yo, and one that lights up red and blue on either side, and you throw it, it lights up. And it was this object that forever I have a memory of us coming together. And it's funny, when we're making this object here in the hot shop, when those two sides kind of come together, there's some kind of metaphor within that. I met a lot of these guys, when they were in high school, Trenton and Jack, and I have a 4-year-old son. It's cool to kind of get in touch with the youth that way too, so I kind of know what's going on in my son's life a little bit, so yeah.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. I hope you guys are having a happy Friday. My name's Emily. I'll be your MC for the afternoon. If you have any questions, you're welcome to ask, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. I'll get into the process of what it is that they're doing here in the Hot Shop, but first I would like to let you guys know that Levi Belber is with us creating a special project. And just to tell you a little bit about Levi, and then we'll get directly into what's happening on the floor. So Belber has worked as a freelance gaffer, assistant, and glass factory worker in the Pacific Northwest for over 20 years. And Levi's the man here with the suspenders on. Levi's passion for cooking inspires the colorful glassware he creates, adding sophisticated whimsy to the home. His pieces combine his background in traditional studio glass practice with modern factory glass production and automation. Once again, my name's Emily, and if you guys have any questions, I'll be happy to answer your questions. And thanks for hanging out with us here in the Hot Shop. So before we can move to the next step, we just have to allow for the glass to cool itself down and set itself up. And then we're going to go back into the furnace and gather more glass around what we already have there at the end of the rod. We've performed a couple steps. The base is white in color, and what you see around those lines, those are pattern of cane that have been rolled over a white bubble. The furnace there can hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass, and it rests at 2,100 degrees. Whenever we strip glass into this bucket here, we can recycle it within our furnaces. And it looks orange because it's hot. When it cools down, you'll be able to see that really pretty pink stripes and white base. So we'll go in with that block. That block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood, cherry wood specifically, because it's common in this area. It has been soaking in a bucket of water to protect the wood as well as the surface layer of the glass. When we blow the bubble out, we want the walls that the air hits to be even. So this will allow us to have even walls and a really hot core. So as that core, a hot core. So as we expand the bubble, the entire thing will expand uniformly. So pay attention to as we blow into the end of the pipe there, it'll expand the bubble. And then with the papers, he'll go in to help shape the glass, almost as if he's using his bare hands. That cloth-like material is just newspaper that has been folded up and soaked in water. So the question was, how do we get the patterns on the surface of these sugar balls, these sugar orbs here, the candy-like glass? If we could see the roll-up video from Trenton's residency, that would be better than explaining potentially, so they can just see how the glass is. So as you can see in the video, this is how the cane starts. It starts molten. They stretch it across the room, cut it down, and that'll be the next step. You'll see. So you'll see there, that is how the cane is applied to the surface, and that's how the pattern gets on top of the white color. So it's really important that we work in and out of the reheating chambers to keep the glass evenly heated throughout to prevent it from cooling down at different points. And so we'll go in and out of these reheating chambers. Can we see the... Can we see the glory hole diagram? So the glory hole is this reheating chamber we'll work in and out of as we move from the bench to reheat the glass. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. And the temperature is kept around 2,300 degrees. The barrel is lined with hollow fire bricks, which can withstand those very high temperatures. Thank you. And so now we'll flash the end of the rod there to make sure that that jack line we carved in is super hot. So when we add water, shock will set in, and it'll prepare the glass to be knocked off the end of the pipe. So Sarah is suited up, and she has Kevlar gloves on and a face shield, so she can lay this orb into an annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight. Those Kevlar gloves will protect her skin from physically being burned, but she can still feel the heat radiating through the material. Put a little bit of water on the end of the pipe there into the glass. We'll tap it. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. Clap it up. And then it'll go into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight. You can kind of see the other ones that were made before lunchtime. On the left side of the hot shop, we already started the bubble with the white cores, so it'll have a white overlay. And next we'll roll up the cane. The cane is what put patterns on the surface of the glass here. That's how we get those pink lines. And so you'll be able to see they've been heating up the cane inside of the annealing oven there. We have a few events coming up. We have a mobile flame working June 19th for the Juneteenth celebration at Stewart Heights Park. That'll be from 11 to 5 p.m. If you're interested in watching the art of flame working, that's torch work done tabletop, and that'll be our Juneteenth celebration at Stewart Heights Park. So be sure to look out for the mobile hot shop truck. So now that they've taken the cane out of the annealing oven, they'll go into the reheating chamber to bring it all the way back up, closer to those 2,000 degree marks above 2,000 degrees. And also June 21st, we have our second sale here at the Museum of Glass. Our second sale will give you the opportunity to purchase one-off, one-of-a-kind items. That'll be June 21st. And the items will start as low as $10. So once the cane is all hot, they'll meet, and then they'll take this gather of glass here in the middle and roll it over the pink cane. Back into the reheating chamber to make sure that the cane is all nice and warm, and we'll slowly start to melt it into the surface of the glass. Whenever the glass glows bright orange, that's how you know it's able to be shaped a ton. It's super duper soft at that point. And then while we're working, whenever it starts to chill back down, it'll stiffen up kind of like hard candy. So we go from like honey and lava to like a hard candy type of texture. So on the right side there, we're start to go in with the jacks and squeeze into the glass. And he's cleaning up the pattern. And so it'll all be cinched together and it'll be very clean on one end to bring it all together. And that if you get closer to the candy orbs on the podium there, you'll be able to see how they've been cinched. She'll blow into the end of the pipe and Levi will paddle him because that glass is super duper hot, so all the radiating energy is hitting his forearm. So we'll continue to blow into the end of the pipe, and those papers are just folded up newspaper that have been soaked in water, which will allow him to shape the glass. And those shears he's using are diamond shears, so they cut in a 360. So in one snip, he'll be able to remove any extra material. And so you'll be able to see how we load the cane into the kiln to heat it up. The last batch was pink. And then once we close this door on the oven, it'll rest at about, I'm not sure the degrees, but higher temperatures. And it'll start to prepare the cane to be brought up to be applied to the glass. So now we'll allow the bubble just to rest and chill and set itself up, stabilize itself before we gather again from the furnace. Can we see the furnace diagram? So as we continue to take glass out of the furnace here, our hot shop technician has to refill it. And so as you can see, the glass furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass. And it rests at 2,100 degrees. So as we continue to take glass out of the furnace here, like I said earlier, our hot shop technician has to recharge the furnaces, which means refill it with glass. So could we see the charging the furnace video to learn a little bit more about the furnaces?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
We'll put a little bit of water, tap the pipe. Let's give them a big hand for all their hard work. Give it a nice hot torch just to cure. And then we'll put it into the annealing oven where it will rest overnight. Let's give Sarah a big round of applause, too, for getting that piece boxed up. Give her a hand. And the process starts all over again. For those of you who are just joining us, welcome to the Hot Shop. My name's Emily. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Take care. So now we'll use our jacks to carve into the glass to clean up the opposite side of the pattern on the right side of the glass. And so as we cinch it with the jacks, the pattern will naturally come together. And then in with his diamond shears, and those diamond shears cut extra material in one snip. And pay attention, she'll start to blow into the end of the rod there to expand the bubble. And before you know it, it'll be pretty large in size as we continue to blow and shape. So as we allow the glass just to cool, we want those walls that we have built up to be stabilized. So when we dip back into the furnace to gather more clear glass around the surface, we'll be able to get a good dip and come out and continue to blow the bubble out. Those reheating ovens, they rest at about 2,300 degrees, and so they get the glass nice and hot. So when we take it back to the bench, it'll be malleable enough to be shaped in whatever way they need to be able to enhance the shape and move to the next step. The block has been soaking in water, and it'll allow us to cool those outside layers down and shape them very evenly as we keep the core nice and hot. And then those papers are just folded up newspaper that have been soaked in water. That'll allow him to shape the glass almost as if he's using his bare hand. So we just have to allow the glass to cool down before we go back into the furnace. Can we see the furnace diagram? As you can see, the furnace is a silver tank there with the doors on them, and they're powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they hold about 1,000 pounds of molten glass. They rest at 2,100 degrees. So before we dip back into the furnace, we'll let the glass set itself up, which means cool itself down, and then we'll gather over those initial, over the initial bubble again. So now that the piece has been encased with more clear, we will start to continue to blow out the inside color and pattern that we've added to the surface. So as she blows into the end of the pipe, you'll see the glass will expand as he's shaping with the papers. He'll guide the glass in the direction he needs it to go. So we'll hit it at the end there. We'll hit the glass at the with the fluffy torch at the end of the pipe there to make sure it's super duper hot. As we reheat it inside of the reheating chamber, this area will become a little bit more hotter than the rest of the piece because we need to be able to carve into the glass. So we want it to be very soft in this area. So he'll go in with those jacks and squeeze. As he squeezes, he's carving into the glass. There's two large blades, and what he's doing is he's creating a jack line. This is a reference point that indicates the end of the pipe. As the glass is hot and it's super large, it wants to move however it would like to move. And so when it gets hot, it kind of goes, sways left to right. So we have to open those doors. Ooh. So as you can see, when it gets hot there at the end of it becomes a little bit hard to be able to control. So we'll give it a flash at the end of the pipe there, and then we'll go into the reheating chamber to flash the rest of the body of the piece. My name's Emily, and if you guys have any questions, feel free to shout my name out. I'll be happy to answer your questions. We are creating the items there on the podium a lot larger in scale. Levi Belber is working in the hot shop today with the team. So all of the measuring tools they're using, these really cool circles, wooden circles, they have to be able to achieve this size, the circumference of the piece. So that's what he's doing. He's measuring to make sure he's to scale. And they have to get it to scale so they can all be uniform. So he'll use the torch to torch it in certain areas to get it nice and warm, a bit warmer, so when we go into the reheating chamber, that area will become a bit softer. So when we blow into the end of the pipe, it'll expand in certain areas more than others. On June 21st, we will have a second sale. So there'll be one-of-a-kind, one-off items that will be available in the store here on June 21st all day. And the price of the items start as low as $10. So if you're interested in, you know, coming to shop for items that you've never seen before made by the Hot Shop team, come on down on the 21st. And now Sarah will get suited up to be able to catch the piece off the pipe. Her gloves are made from Kevlar material, which is similar to bulletproof vest. And they'll protect her from physically being burned, but she can still feel the high temperatures of the glass radiating through the material as she carries it to the annealing oven. This oven is a place where the glass will slowly cool down overnight to prevent any sort of thermal shock. We'll put a little bit of water on that jack line we carved in. Thermal shock will set in. And then we'll tap the pipe and the vibrations will help release the glass. Let's give them a big round of applause. Clap it up. And then to the annealing oven, it'll go into that oven there to rest overnight to prevent any sort of shock. Let's give Sarah a big round of applause too for boxing that piece up. So now we're prepared to start the next piece. And so what that means is that we've already laid color over a clear bubble, which will be white at its core. And now they're going to open this oven and take out the stripes. And how it gets the stripes is by rotating a color overlay bubble, which is white, over the cane. And the cane is laying in the annealing oven. And so all the glass here in the furnace is clear. It starts clear. And we add color. We apply color to clear bubbles. And the color application process can vary. You can rotate clear glass and crush glass, which we refer to as frit. You can lay color over a bubble, which is a color bar. And so this is what color bar looks like when it's cold. So imagine this to be white. We laid a color bar over a clear bubble, a white color bar where a clear bubble stretched it to the end of the rod. And then if you look on the big screen there, here in the middle, we've gathered clear glass over it, and that's the orange halo. And we need the clear glass so we can make this 18 inches, so we can expand the bubble and blow it out as much as we need to get the same sizes, which today now is 18 inches. So after we roll the initial color overlay, which is the white, after we roll it over the pattern, I will show you all a video known as a color overlay video next, so you can learn how the base became white. So first we'll watch them roll the white orb in the king. So the cane was resting in this annealing oven here, and it's sitting at 950 degrees. So what it does is it takes the chill off, it knocks the chill off the cane, and then we put it into the reheating chamber. The glory hole rests at 2,300 degrees, so it'll bring it up to a degree high enough to be compatible with the large gather of glass there. So we'll rotate. When the glass is super duper orange, that means it's very soft. When it's a little bit closer to the color that it will be when it cools down, it's a bit stiffer because it's chilly. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So as we go in and out of those reheating chambers, it gets the glass super duper hot. They're powered by natural gas and forced air, and they're used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. They rest at 2,300 degrees, and they're lined with hollow fire bricks, which can withstand these very high temperatures. So now he must clean up the extra glass towards the tip of the pipe, the tip of the glass there, because he needs to be able to cinch the pattern together to get to the desired design. He'll get those jacks nice and hot and coated in wax to be able to carve into the glass. We're going to create, eventually here, we'll create a jack line, which means we'll carve into the end of the pipe, into the glass towards the end of the pipe. So the core of the glass here in the middle is white. The surface layer is white, and that's done by adding a color bar to a clear bubble, and that's known as a color overlay. So can we see the color overlay video to learn a little bit more about how glass gets color?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So we'll allow for the glass to cool down before we dip back into the furnace to gather around it. Again, we need to have a good size mass of glass so we can achieve blowing it out to about 18 inches, I believe. They have the measuring tool there on the bench. They've created these really cool wooden circles to make sure that they all of the pieces they're blowing out are similar or the same in size. So whenever we strip the glass, as he's doing now, into the bucket, that's known as a strip gather, and we can recycle that glass because it doesn't contain any other colors or it hasn't touched the ground, so it's safe to recycle the clear glass in our furnaces. She'll blow into the end of the pipe to expand the bubble. He uses those papers. The papers are folded up newspaper that have been soaked in water to shape the glass. He's able to get the glass soft in certain areas with that torch if he concentrated as they rotate. And so she blows into the end of the pipe to expand the glass where he needs it just to be a little bit fuller. And so that's why he's torching the glass. And now we'll flash the end of the pipe there where the glass is connected and get it nice and hot. So then when we lay water on that jack line we carved in earlier, thermal shock will set in and then Sarah will be able to catch it off the end of the pipe. She's suited up to be able to receive the glass when it disconnects, and then we'll place it into an oven where it'll rest overnight to prevent any sort of thermal shock. Let's give them a big round of applause. She'll carry it to the annealing oven, and it'll rest there overnight. That oven might rest in the higher 900 degrees. Let's give Sarah one more big hand for getting that piece in the box. That oven there, it might rest in the higher 900 or the higher 800 degrees, so then that way when the piece starts to cool down, the environment will be caught at a certain temperature and then brought all the way back down to the lower 200s. Then at that point, we can crack it. And this is like the next day. We can crack the box, and then you have to let it come all the way back down to room temp. So in a moment here, we're going to rotate the gather of glass there at the end of the pipe over the cane, which will give us this pattern. We're making these types of orbs, but larger in scale. So we'll slowly start to melt the cane into the body of the glass. As it gets nice and hot in that reheating chamber, we'll be able to melt it all the way into the surface. That glory hole rests at about 2,300 degrees. Levi Belber is with us in the hot shop today, and we're creating like super large scale of these really cute little orbs here, these candy orbs. And so we're going to make them about 18 inches. So as we go in and out of the reheating chamber here, this will allow us to get the glass nice and molten hot. And then we'll go back to the bench and start to shape it with special tools designed for glass blowing. And we'll blow it out. And so pay attention that Sarah will blow into the end of the pipe to continue to expand the bubble. And it's a gradual process. You can't just blow it out to a really large scale immediately. It takes time to gradually get to that point of large scale. If you guys have questions, my name's Emily. I will be happy to answer your questions. Just shout my name out. Next, we'll go back into the furnace to gather some more glass around the layers here. We need more glass so we can blow out a very large scale piece. So now we'll dip back into the furnace in just a moment to gather some more glass. That furnace there holds up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass, and it rests at 2,100 degrees. It's like dipping into a jar of honey. When he comes out, he'll strip the glass into the bucket there. And any of the glass that we strip into the bucket can be recycled because it's clear and it doesn't contain any sort of particles or color. And then we'll go over to cool the pipe down because dipping into that furnace, it can get the steel a little hot to touch. So over to the pipe cooler to cool the pipe down, and then we'll come back to the bench to continue to stabilize the glass to be able to work it. This block here is made out of wood and it's been soaking in water. And it'll help cool down those outer layers just to help them chill up a bit. We want the outer layers to be even and a little chillier than the core so we can continue to blow out the piece. As she blows into the end of the pipe in the core of the glass, there's a white color bubble. The white color bubble fills up all the clear haloed glass that we gathered over with the pattern. So it's expanding. That bubble is expanding into the pattern and the extra clear glass that's on the surface. So as we carve into the end of the pipe there at the back of the piece, this jack line is designed to help us release the glass off the piece at a different point in time. little bit of water, carve into the end of the pipe there. Tap the pipe. All right, let's give them one big round of applause. And then into the annealing oven, it'll rest overnight to prevent any sort of shock. Let's give Sarah a big rat hand for getting this piece boxed up. Thank you guys for hanging out with us here in the hot shop, watching Levi bring his project to life, these really beautiful sugar orbs. If you guys are ever curious to learn what's happening here in the hot shop, our live stream is running Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5.